Hey everyone, welcome to Code with SJM. If you've been wanting to build a real-world Laravel application with Livewire 4, you're in the right place. In this complete series, we're going to build a modern blog application from scratch. And I'm not talking about a simple CRUD tutorial. We're building something that feels like a production-ready application with roles, permissions, and all the modern Livewire 4 features that make development fast and enjoyable. So what exactly are we building? We're creating a multi-user blog platform where different users have different capabilities. An admin can do everything. Editors can manage all posts. Authors can only manage their own posts. And subscribers can just read and comment. This role-based system makes our app feel real and teaches you concepts you'll use in actual client projects. Now, why Livewire 4? Let me tell you why I'm excited about this. Livewire 4 introduced different component formats, including single-file components, where PHP logic and Blade templates coexist in the same file, multi-file components that organize PHP, Blade, JavaScript, and tests in a directory, and the traditional class-based components. We'll be using all three formats throughout this series, so you can choose what works best for your projects. Some of the exciting features we'll use include islands, which let you create isolated regions within a component that update independently, the wire transition directive, which adds hardware-accelerated animations using the browser's View Transitions API, and automatic data loading attributes that make it simple to style loading states directly from CSS. All right, let's start building. Here's the great news. Laravel 12 introduces new application starter kits for React, Vue, and Livewire. The Livewire starter kit utilizes Livewire, Tailwind, and the Flux UI component library. The React, Vue, and Livewire starter kits all utilize Laravel's built-in authentication system to offer login, registration, password reset, email verification, and more. This means we don't have to build authentication from scratch. It's already done for us. We just need to customize it for our blog application. First, make sure you have the Laravel installer updated. Run this command. Now let's create our new Laravel 12 project with the Livewire starter kit. Run this command and follow the prompts. The installer will ask you several questions. When it asks which starter kit you want, choose Livewire. For the authentication provider, choose the default Laravel authentication. We don't need WorkOS for this project. The installer will set everything up for you. This includes authentication pages, layouts, and all the Livewire infrastructure. It even includes testing workflows. Pretty amazing. Choose Yes here. Once the installation is complete, change into your project directory. Then, open the project in your text editor you like. I will use VS Code for now. Perfect. The starter kit has already created users table with all the authentication tables. We don't have to build any of that. Now let's set up roles and permissions using Spatie's Laravel permission package. This package allows you to manage user permissions and roles in a database Laravel. This is the industry standard package that thousands of Laravel developers trust. Install it with Composer. Now publish the package's migration and config file. This creates a migration file in your database migrations folder and a config file at config/permission.php. Then, I will change the database configuration in my .env file to use MySQL driver for this particular project. No need to change the driver or type of database that you're using. Just make sure it works well with your project that you created. Then, run the migrations to create a new database in your MySQL. Perfect. The Spatie package has created all the necessary tables for roles and permissions. A roles table, a permissions table, and pivot tables to connect users to roles and roles to permissions. We didn't have to write any of that ourselves. Let's create our post model and its migration files. Open that migration and define our post structure. Open the post model and define it. Now we need to update our user model to work with Spatie's package. Open app/models/user.php. We need to add the hasRoles trait. That's it. The hasRoles trait gives our user model all the methods we need. Methods like assignRole, hasRole, hasPermission_to, and givePermission_to, all provided by Spatie. We didn't have to write any of that code ourselves. Now let's seed some initial roles and permissions. Create a seeder. Open that seeder. We're going to use Spatie's models to create our roles and permissions. Now update the database seeder to call this. Run the seeder. Perfect. Our database is now set up with roles and permissions, and we have test users. We have 4 roles: admin with full access, editor who can manage all posts, author who can only manage their own posts, and subscriber who can just read. Now let's explore the Livewire 4 component formats. Livewire 4 supports single-file components where PHP logic and Blade templates are combined, multi-file components that organize everything in a directory, and traditional class-based components. Let's create examples of all 3. First, a single-file component. This is the default in Livewire 4. This command will generate a new single-file component at resources/views/pages/welcome-blade, PHP, with a lightning bolt emoji Laravel. The lightning bolt makes Livewire components instantly recognizable. Open that file. You'll see both PHP and Blade in one file. Now let's create a multi-file component. Use the MFC flag. Here we are getting this error because we have used the namespace that does not exist. We need to define and register it in our Livewire config file. Let's do that quickly. Publish the configuration file so we can edit it. Then, add a new namespace. Unfortunately, we cannot define the namespace called components directly into views directory, since already there is components directory there used by Livewire Starter Kit, so we need a custom way around. So let's do as follows. So, I will tweak it a bit, so to make it be different from the one used by Livewire Starter Kit. This creates a directory with PHP, Blade, JavaScript, and test files organized together. And finally, a traditional class-based component. This creates a PHP class and app/Livewire, and a Blade file and resources/views/Livewire. This is the traditional Livewire format for versions 2 and 3. All 3 formats work perfectly in Livewire 4. You can choose what works best for each situation. For this series, we'll use all 3 so you can see when each format shines. Let's test everything we've set up. Start your development server. This runs the application server, the queue, and tails logs all at once. It's a convenient command that comes with the starter kit. Visit localhost:8000 in your browser. You should see the starter kit's beautiful landing page. Click register and create an account. The authentication works perfectly because the starter kit included everything. Once you're logged in, you'll see the dashboard. The Livewire starter kit includes two different primary layouts, a sidebar layout and a header layout. The sidebar layout is the default. This is amazing. We have a fully functional authentication system, beautiful layouts, roles and permissions set up, and we're ready to start building our blog features. In the next section, we'll dive deeper into the starter kit structure. We'll explore how Livewire 4 pages work, how layouts are organized, and we'll start building our first blog post components. We'll create a post list, a create post form, and we'll use Livewire's new features like Wire Model Live and Wire Transition to make everything feel snappy and modern. Thanks for watching Code with SJM. If you found this helpful, smash that like button and subscribe. Drop a comment if you have questions. I'll see you in the next one. Hello. Welcome back to Code with SJM. In the last section, we set up our Laravel 12 project with the Livewire starter kit, installed Spatie's permission package, and created our database structure. Now we're going to explore the starter kit structure and build our first blog post components. Let me show you what the starter kit gave us. Open your project in your code editor. Let's look at the directory structure. First, notice the resources /views/layouts directory. The Livewire starter kit includes two different primary layouts, a sidebar layout and a header layout. The sidebar layout is the default. Open resources /views/layouts/app.blay.php. This uses the sidebar layout. You can choose to change it to top bar layout. Now you can see the application uses the top bar layout. This gives you simple layout structure for your application. But for now, I will stick to the sidebar layout. So for our post management interface, we'll use the free Flux components for navigation and build our own Tailwind components for tables, cards, and forms. Let's customize the sidebar for our blog application. We only need to add navigation items for posts. Update the navigation item display label, the icon, the route, and also update the current directive to style the route if it will be active. Add another navigation item for managing users, and this will only be accessible to admins, and I will show you how to control that using the roles and permissions package. The Wire Navigate directive give your Livewire application the single-page application feel. So add it to your routes. Now we need to control who can access which routes basing on their permissions. So add the icon directives with the name of permission that a user must have to be able to access that route or page. Now let's create our post page. We'll use a single file Livewire component. Run this command. This creates a page component at resources/views/pages/posts/index.blade.php. Now here's the key difference. Instead of using Flux's paid components like tables and cards, we'll build our own clean Tailwind UI. Open that file. Now update the file as follows. Add the public component properties. Now define the function that will be used to get all the post data, and also help to add filters to the query while generating the paginated list of posts. Also, we will have a way to authorize that only the author can see their posts and management page. Don't worry if there will be anything you want to compare on my code. All of the project source code will be available on my GitHub repository. Now authorize our users to only see their own posts. Now let's return the post that was generated above. Remember to add the Livewire attribute of with pagination for your pagination to work. Now the delete posts functionality. Remember to check if the user has the right permission to delete the post. Check if they have permission to delete all posts, or delete their own posts, and if the post belongs to them. Now let's build the front end of our posts listing page. As I have mentioned, if there will be any reason you could not be able to follow along here as I am typing or copy-pasting some of the codes, you will find the source code link in the video description. Here we have the inputs that have wire model directives for binding these fields to the public properties defined above in the component class. This means that whenever you update the input, their values are also updated in the class component side. Here we add the table for listing the post with actions to add new post, edit, and delete posts. Use the for else directive to help you loop through your posts, but when there will be no any post to show, it will automatically show the empty block instead. Beautiful. We've built a clean, professional table interface using only Tailwind CSS. No paid components needed. Notice we're still using Livewire's powerful features. Wire model.live.debounce for the search input. Wire transition for smooth animations. And wire confirm for delete confirmation. Now let's create the routes for this page. Open routes/web.php. Group the routes to use the auth middleware so that only the logged-in users will be able to access these routes. Then use the new Livewire function to define the routes of your page components. Perfect. Now let's create the Create Post page. Now the Edit Post page component. Open resources /views/pages/posts/create blade.php. We'll build a beautiful form using Tailwind. Define the component properties as usual, but now with a validate attribute that is available for you to validate your user inputs before you can create that data in your database. Now define the function to save the data. On it, remember to call the validate function to actually validate the values. Here we define the featured image upload functionality that will be shown on the post cover. Here I use the public disk on the file system, so we will need to update the .env file to use the same public disk. Also, run the storage link command to create a symbolic link for your images to be served as expected by the application. Then, update the publish_at column if the status of the post will be equal to published. Update the UI as follows. For the image upload feature to work correctly, we need to use the Livewire attribute called with file uploads in our component class. Perfect. A clean, professional form built entirely with Tailwind CSS. We're using Livewire's file upload feature with temporary previews. And we're checking the publish post permission before showing that option. Now deal with the edit post component. This component is similar to what we have built for create page, so I'll try to do it quickly as possible. Now let's test everything. Make sure your development server is running. Now log out and log in as the admin user. We get this error since we did not create the user management module, but we have already added the user's index route to our sidebar layout. We need to work on it now. We're going to create a complete user management system where admins can view all users, create new users, edit existing users, and assign roles. This is essential for any multi-user application. First, let's create the user's index page. Run this command. Define the route for users listing page, or you can call it the index page for managing our system users. Update the label in your navigation to users, and also the permission for this route should be manage users. Open resources /views/pages/users/index the blade.php. We'll build a clean user management interface similar to our post page. Remember to use the wire key directive when looping through a list of data in your components, so that Livewire can track the changes and also improve performance. Notice we're using the same pattern as our post component. Search and filter functionality. Role badges to show what roles each user has. And we prevent users from deleting themselves with a simple check. Now let's create the Create User page. Run this command. Open resources/views/pages/users/create.blade.php. Just follow what I am doing here, and you will have the same application as I have here. Also, the source code available in my GitHub repository. Beautiful. Notice we're using Spatie's assign role method. We pass an array of role names, and Spatie handles everything, creating the pivot table records, syncing the relationships. All done for us. Now let's create the edit user page. Run this command. Open resources/views/pages/user/edit.blade.php. Update the component as follows. Perfect. Notice we're using sync roles instead of assign role. Sync roles removes all existing roles and adds the new ones. This way, if an admin unchecks a role, it actually gets removed. Now here's the important part. Let's update our routes file with the correct Livewire 4 syntax. You mentioned that Livewire 4 uses namespace notation for routes. This is cleaner and more explicit. Open routes/web.php. See that double colon notation? Pages : users.index. This tells Livewire to look for the component at resources/views/pages/users/index.blade.php. It maps directly to your directory structure. Clean and intuitive. Let's test everything. Make sure your server is running. Click Users in the sidebar. You should see your 3 test users: the admin and the author. Click New User. Fill out the form. Assign some roles. Create the user. Perfect. The user appears in the table with their role badges. Click Edit. Change their roles. Update. Everything works beautifully. Here there is a problem with the route model binding. Let's fix it quickly. Remember to run the migration to create the post table. Play around with the application for now to test everything works as expected. Now you have a complete admin panel. Post management with role-based permissions. User management with role assignment. All built with clean Tailwind components. No paid libraries needed. In the next section, we'll add a rich text editor to our posts using tricks and create a beautiful public-facing blog where readers can view published posts. We'll also explore Livewire islands to make those public pages super fast. Thanks for watching Code with SJM. If you're enjoying this series, smash that like button and subscribe. Drop a comment below if you have questions or suggestions. See you in the next one. Welcome back to Code with SJM. In the last section, we built a complete admin panel with posts and users management. Everything is working great, but there's one problem. Our post content is just plain text in a text area. We need a proper rich text editor so authors can format their content with headings, bold text, links, images, and more. In this section, we're going to integrate Tricks Editor into our post forms. Tricks is a lightweight, open-source rich text editor built by the Basecamp team. It's perfect for our needs. Then we'll create beautiful public-facing blog pages where readers can view published posts. And we'll use Livewire islands to make those public pages super fast. Let's start with the Tricks editor. First, we need to install it. First, let's add Tricks to our project. Open your main layout file at resources/views/layouts/app.blade.php. We'll add Tricks as CSS and JavaScript from a CDN. Perfect. Now Tricks is available throughout our application. Let's update our Create Post page to use Tricks instead of a plain text area. Open resources/views/pages/posts/create.blade.php. Find the Content Text Area section and replace it with this. We will use some of the alpine.js code here to help us work with Tricks Editor well. We use the X on Tricks change to listen for change event in our Tricks Editor. Then we're going to set the value of hidden field that we defined above and gave it an ID of X content. Notice the wire ignore directive. This is important. Tricks manipulates the DOM directly, and we need to tell Livewire to ignore that element. Otherwise, Livewire and Tricks will fight over the content. We're using a hidden input that Tricks will sync with, and that hidden input is bound to our Livewire property. Look at that. We now have a beautiful, rich text editor with formatting buttons. Bold, italic, headings, lists, links. Everything we need. Type some content. Add some formatting. Bold text. A heading. A bullet list. Play around with it. Then, save the post. Beautiful. Now let's update the edit post page the same way. Open resources, /views, /pages, /posts, /edit.blade.php. Replace the content text area with this. Here we're using alpine.js library. If you're new to it, check this crash course up here. This uses Alpine Xinit to load the initial content and xref to reference the editor. Great. The tricks editor was loaded successfully. You can clearly see the content auto-populated into it with all styling or formatting we did on Create Page. You can edit the content of the post as you like. Now let's create the public-facing blog pages. First, let's create a simple public layout. Create a new file at resources/views/layouts/public.blade.php. Add the following content on it. Don't worry if you can just copy all of this code now. You can just find this whole project source code from my GitHub repository link I have put under this video description. This is a clean public layout with a simple navigation bar and footer. Now let's create the blog index page where readers can see all published posts. I remember we created the class-based component called PostList in our first video of this series. Let's use that instead of creating a new one. Notice this is a traditional class-based component, not in the pages directory. Let's build it. Notice the layout and title attributes. We're telling this component to use the public layout instead of the admin layout. And we're setting the page title to blog. Here we define the data a user will see on the blog listing page. I will show you step by step how to do it. We even include the search filter on it. This means our readers will be able to search posts in real time. On Search Filter, user can search text in both title and excerpt columns. Finally, we want to get the latest published posts, and also we apply pagination on it for performance reasons. Now let's create the view. Open resources/views/livewire/post list.blade.php. Beautiful. A clean card-based grid layout. Notice the wire navigate directive on the links. This enables Livewire's navigate feature, which makes page transitions feel like a single-page application. No full page reloads. Now let's create the single post page where readers can read the full post. Run this command. Open that file and edit it as follows. Now, edit the blade side of the component as I do here. We have a back to post button here. Then a featured image section. Then, a header section. Here we show the post's title, the username initials, but in form of UI avatars. We have a name of the author, and last we have the date the post was published with the reading time. Notice we're using 2 exclamation marks to output the content. This renders the HTML without escaping. We're also using Tailwind's Prose classes to style the post content beautifully. The Prose classes automatically style headings, lists, links, and more. Now let's add the routes for our public blog. Open routes/web.php and add these routes before the auth middleware group. Notice we're using traditional component routing for the blog pages. We import the component classes and pass them to the route. This works great for class-based components. Perfect. Now let's test everything. Make sure your assets are compiled. Sorry for this typing error. It was supposed to be paginate and not paginated as a function to paginate our posts. Then we have to define the route for showing a post as follows. All right, let's test this again. Beautiful. You should see a grid of published posts. If you don't have any published posts yet, go to your admin panel, create a post, and publish it. Oh, here we have an issue with the way we do the route model binding. Let's fix that. The post page loads with the full content, beautifully formatted. The Tricks editor's HTML is rendered perfectly with proper typography. Headings are styled. Lists are styled. Everything looks professional. You can just change the application name to show the correct name. Just change it from .env file. Cool. Everything seems to work great. This is powerful. We now have a complete blog application. Authors can create rich content with formatting. Readers can browse and read posts on beautiful public pages. And everything is fast thanks to Livewire's Navigate feature. In the next section, we'll add categories and tags to our posts, implement filtering by category, and create a search feature with Livewire's URL query parameters so search results can be bookmarked. We'll also explore Livewire islands to optimize the blog index page even further. We may need to update the welcome page to be redirecting user to the blog index or listing page for better experience. Thanks for watching Code with SJM. If you're getting value from this series, hit that like button and subscribe. Drop a comment below and let me know what you think so far. See you in the next one. Welcome back to Code with SJM. In the last section, we integrated the Tricks-rich text editor and created beautiful public-facing blog pages. Now our blog is starting to look really professional. But as our blog grows with more posts, readers will need better ways to find content they're interested in. That's where categories and tags come in. In this section, we're going to add categories and tags to our posts. Categories for broad topics like technology, business, or lifestyle, and tags for specific keywords like Laravel, JavaScript, or productivity. We'll implement filtering on the public blog so readers can browse by category or tag. And we'll use Livewire's URL query parameters so filtered results can be bookmarked and shared. Let's start by creating the database structure. We need a categories table and a tags table. And we need pivot tables to connect posts to categories and tags. Run this command to create a category model with its migration file. Then, run this command to create a tag model with its migration file. Then, we need pivot tables for connecting the post to categories and post to tags. Just create migration files as I do here. Let's fill in these migrations. Open the Create Categories table migration. Add these table fields for a better working category table. Notice the color field. We'll use this to give each category a distinct color in our UI. Now open the Create Tags table migration. Now the Tags table migration file. Add the following table fields or columns. Simple and clean. Now the pivot table for categories and posts. Open Create Category Post table. The same thing for Post Tag table. Add the fields or columns that connect the two tables. Perfect. Now run the migrations. Open the category model at app/models/category.php. Edit and add the feedable attribute for mass assignments on your model. We're going to auto-generating the slug from the name in the boot method. Now open the tag model. Then, update it with the following changes. Same pattern. Auto-generated slugs. Now we need to update the post model to include these relationships. Open app/models/post.php and add these relationships. Perfect. Now let's seed some sample categories and tags. Create a seeder. Open database/seeders/category tag seeder, PHP, and add the list of sample categories, then loop through it to create categories. The same pattern will be done for tags. Great. Now run the seeder to seed the data into our database. Perfect. Now we have categories and tags in our database. Let's update the Create Post form to allow selecting categories and tags. Open resources/views/pages/posts/create.blade.php. We need to load the categories and tags in the component. Update the PHP section at the top. We need to add two things here. First, the public property called selected categories that will store or track the categories a user will select. We need to do validation on it, so use the validate attribute. Second, the public property called selected tags that will store or track the tags a user will select. Similar pattern, we need to do validation on it, so use the validate attribute. Now, let's get all our categories and tags for showing them in the form, so a user can be able to choose from the list we will display. After you have saved the post, we need to attach the categories that user has selected for this post. What it does, it will just take the ID of this post and the IDs of the categories and fill them into our pivot table we created. But this is powered by the relationship we defined in our post model. For tags, we need to check if user has selected any tag, as the tags are not mandatory. We do this to avoid half data creation in our post tags table. Now add the categories and tag selection fields in the form. Add this after the featured image section and before the status section. Here, we have a label for categories. Then, we have a div that contains our list of categories, but it has overflow on y-axis for allowing scrolling if the list gets bigger. Then, the loop and the checkbox input for user to check the categories. Then, we have the category color, which help our user to be able to identify the categories easily, but also we show the names of each category. Similar here. We will show the label, loop through the list, then show the checkbox field with the name of each tag. Let's see how it looks. Open the Create form. Beautiful. Notice we're showing the category color as a small circle next to the name. This gives visual feedback. Create a sample post. Perfect. The post was created successfully. Now let's update the edit post page the same way. Open resources /views/pages/posts/edit.blade.php. Update the PHP section to add the selected categories and selected tags properties. Now, load the existing values of categories and tags. Load again the list of categories and tags here. Notice in the edit page we're using sync instead of attach. Sync removes all existing relationships and adds the new ones. This way, if you uncheck a category, it actually gets removed. And add the same categories and tags fields in the form before the status section. The HTML is exactly the same as in the create form. Now let's update the post's index page to show categories and tags. Open resources /views/pages/posts/index.blade.php. We need to eager load the relationships. Update the with method. And in the table, add a column to display categories. Add this after the title column. In the table header, add this after the title table head column. And in the table body, add this cell after the title table data. And update the empty state call span from 5 to 6. Perfect. Now let's update the public blog pages to show and filter by categories and tags. We need to add filtering capabilities with URL query parameters. Add these URL Livewire attributes. Also, eager load the categories and tags and with method of our post model. Basically, we need to add the filtering of our post listing when user will select a certain categories or tags. So let's do that here. Great. Now pass down the view the following additional data of categories with count of how many posts does each category has. The same way for tags. Notice the URL attributes. These sync the properties with the URL query parameters. So if someone filters by the technology category, the URL becomes /blog question mark category equals technology. And that URL can be bookmarked or shared. Now let's update the view to show categories and tags with filtering. Open TIE file and update it as follows. We will do a breaking change to our existing blog listing page here. So pay attention to what I am changing so that you won't find yourself stuck. Create a new grid here, which will split our page into two parts. The filter sidebar on left and the post grid on the right. This is the sidebar of filters. We use the aside tag to add it. On it we have the search field, categories listing. When clicked, the category ID will be synced to the selected categories properties in our component and sync it to the URL query parameter. Similarly, for tags we list it and add a wire click attribute, which listen for click and set the value of that tag into the selected tags on our component. That will trigger that URL attribute to be added to the query parameter. Then, at the bottom of it, we have the button to clear all the filters that was applied to our blog listing. Then, we need to cut the post grid and paste it after the aside HTML tag, since it is supposed to be at the right side of the div we created above. Check it on your browser. Seems there is an issue with the post grid. Let's fix that quickly. The post grid is supposed to be inside another div here. So create a new div tag and cut the post grid, then paste into it. Beautiful. We now have a sidebar with categories and tags that act as filters. Notice the categories show post counts using with count. And clicking a category or tag filters the posts and updates the URL. This is powerful because users can bookmark or share these filter views. Now, let's update the single post page to show categories and tags. Open resources/views/livewire/blog/show.blade.php. First, update the component to eager load the relationships. Open up the show component and update it as follows. Now update the view. Add the categories and tags after the post header and before the content. Perfect. Now categories and tags are clickable and link back to the blog index with the appropriate filter applied. This creates a natural browsing experience where readers can discover related content. Let's test everything. Make sure your development server is running and your assets are compiled. Here, there's a problem with the URL attribute for tags. I forgot to change its name to tag. So update it as I do. Log into your admin panel and create or edit a post. You'll now see the categories and tags checkboxes. Select a few categories and tags. Save the post. Go back to the posts list. You'll see the category badges next to each post. Now visit the public blog at localhost:8000/blog. Beautiful. You see the sidebar with categories and tags. Click on a category. The posts filter instantly. Notice the URL updates to /blog?category equals technology. Click a post to view it. You see the categories and tags displayed beautifully. Click a category from within the post. You're taken back to the blog index with that category filter applied. This is a professional blog experience. Readers can discover content through multiple paths. Browse all posts. Filter by category. Filter by tag. or search for specific keywords. And all filters are shareable through URL bookmarks. Now let's push these changes to our GitHub repository. One more thing. Let's add a quick admin feature to manage categories and tags. Right now, they're only seated. Let's create simple management pages. But I'll keep these brief since the pattern is the same as posts and users. Run these commands to create the required components for index, create, and edit pages. So just follow the pattern we use for posts and users management to create the complete CRUD operations for categories and tags. I'll give you the routes first. Add these to routes/web.php in the auth middleware group. We're using the manage roles permission for categories since this is admin level functionality. And add a navigation item to the sidebar. Open resources/views/layouts/app/sidebar.blade.php. Add this after the user's navigation item. I won't walk through the full implementation of categories management, since it's the same pattern we've used for posts and users. The key files are created. You can implement them following the same structure. List categories. Create new categories with name, slug, description, and color. Edit existing categories. Delete categories. Let's put this as a simple quiz to test yourself so far. Leave a comment if you were able to do it or not, and if not, tell me why. What we've accomplished in this section is powerful. We've added a complete taxonomy system to our blog with categories and tags. We've implemented advanced filtering with URL query parameters. And we've created a browsing experience that helps readers discover content. In the next section, we'll add a comment system so readers can engage with posts. We'll use Livewire's real-time features to show new comments instantly without page refreshes. We'll also implement comment moderation for admins and authors. And we'll explore Livewire islands to optimize performance on the public pages. Thanks for watching Code with SJM. If you're enjoying this series, smash that like button and subscribe. Drop a comment below and let me know what feature you want to see next. See you in the next one. Welcome back to Code with SJM. In the last section, we added categories and tags to our blog with advanced filtering capabilities. Now readers can discover content through multiple paths. But what's a blog without engagement? Readers need a way to share their thoughts, ask questions, and discuss the content. That's what we're building today. In this section, we're going to implement a complete comment system. Readers will be able to comment on published posts. Authors and admins will be able to moderate comments. And we'll use Livewire's real-time features to show new comments instantly without page refreshes. We'll also implement nested replies so conversations can thread naturally. Let's start by creating the comments table. We need to store the comment content, the user who wrote it, the post it belongs to, and support for nested replies. Run this command. Open the migration file, and let's define the structure. Notice the parent_ID field. This creates a self-referencing relationship, so comments can have replies. The status field lets us moderate comments. For now, we'll auto-approve them, but admins can mark comments as spam. Run the migration. Perfect. Now let's update our comment model. Open app/model/comment.php. Add the feable attribute for all columns we defined in our migration file. This will help us when doing mass assignments. Now, define the relationships required here. Notice the scope methods. The approve scope filters only approve comments, and top-level filters comments that aren't replies. The replies relationship is eager loaded with user and replies. This gives us nested replies in one query. Now update the post model to include the comments relationship. Open app/model/post.php. Add this method after the tags relationship. Don't forget to import has many at the top. Perfect. Now let's create a Livewire component for displaying and posting comments. We'll make this a nested component that we can include on the blog show page. Run this command. I have created a class-based component for this. Open it, and let's define our logic for commenting system. First, define the post object from post model. This will help us to get the current active post a user is interacting with. Then, the validations for new comment field and the reply content. The mount function for initializing the post object we have defined above with the current post the user is interacting with. It will accept the post model object as a parameter for proper binding. Now the post comment function or method that will create the new comment and dispatch a Livewire event to trigger the comment section refresh in real time. Define this logic as I do here. First, check if the user is authenticated. If not, we'll be redirected to login page. Otherwise, validate the new comment and then create a comment. Dispatch the comment posted event here. Then, a start reply function that will point the replying to property to the current comment the user has clicked. Then, a cancel reply method. This will set the replying to property to null. Now, let's create the post reply function or method that will be responsible for creating the reply to the current selected comment a user is replying to. Dispatch again the comment posted event so that the front end side will be refreshed to show the new comment added on our view. Now, use the on attribute on the render method. This means whenever the comment posted event is dispatched, the component re-renders to show the new comment. This is Livewire's real-time feature in action. It acts as a listener for the event that was dispatched. Now get the comments and pass them down to the blade view. Here I want to change the syntax of writing a local query scope for now, so it can be easier to call them on our component. This is the old way of defining a local query scope. This component handles posting comments and replies. Now let's create the view. Open Blade file, and let's update it as follows. This is a comprehensive comments interface. New comment form. List of comments with author info and timestamps. Reply buttons. Nested reply forms. And threaded replies displayed with indentation. Here we use the UI Avatars APIs to show the avatars with our user's name initials. If you haven't used it before, here is the full documentation. You can find different examples and how to use it. That's all for this comment blade file. Now let's include this component on the blog show page. Open Show Blog component. Add this at the bottom before the closing article tag. Include it by using the Livewire tag and the name of your component as I added here. Perfect. Let's test it. Make sure your server is running and visit a blog post. You should see the comments section at the bottom. If you're logged in, you'll see the comment form. I forgot to add the post attribute that will accept the current post that a logged-in user interact with. This will be accepted by the mount function that we defined on the comment component class. Try again to post a comment. On our comments table, we made a mistake to make those parent_ID not null. Because a comment at first, it will be a top-level comment, means it does not have replies that act as children's to it. So we need to make the field nullable by default to prevent this error. Now to apply the change we just did in our current table. We need to roll back the migration that created this table and then re-migrate. But this approach works now because we do not have any comment data. If you have data that exists in your table, you may need to create a new migration file and update the field as we did. Now there is one more issue here. The way we do the validation for new comment property and reply contents, let's recheck that. Here inside the post comment method, instead of validating all fields, we need to validate only the new comment property so that we can post a comment without being interrupted by the other properties validations. Now test it again. Post a comment. It appears instantly without a page refresh. Try with the other user to reply to this comment. Log in to the application. Click Reply. A reply form appears. Post a reply. It shows up immediately, nested under the parent comment. This is Livewire's reactive power in action. When you post a comment, the component dispatches the comment posted event. The render method is listening for this event. It re-renders and shows the new comment, all without writing a single line of JavaScript. Now let's add a comments management interface for admins and authors. They need to see all comments, approve pending ones, and mark spam. Create a new Livewire component. Great. Now let's open the component we have just created, and let's edit it very quickly. Perfect. A clean interface for managing comments. Admins and authors can search comments, filter by status, approve pending comments, mark spam, or delete comments entirely. One more enhancement. Let's add a comment count to the post list in the admin panel so authors can see which posts have active discussions. Open post, listing component. Update the with method to eager load comment counts. And in the table, add a small badge showing the comment count. In the title cell, add this after the excerpt. Perfect. Now authors can see at a glance which posts are generating discussion. We've built a complete engagement system. Readers can comment and have threaded discussions. Authors can moderate comments. And everything updates in real time thanks to Livewire's reactive features. In the next section, we'll build a dashboard with analytics. Post views over time. Most popular posts. Recent comments. Engagement metrics. We'll use Livewire charts to visualize the data. And we'll implement Livewire islands to optimize performance by only hydrating the components that need interactivity. Thanks for watching Code with SJM. We're building something really special here. If you're enjoying this series, smash that like button and subscribe. Drop a comment below and let me know what you think of the comment system. See you in the next one. Welcome back to Code with SJM. In the last section, we built a complete comment system with real-time updates and moderation capabilities. Now our blog has everything a modern content platform needs: posts, categories, tags, and user engagement through comments. But there's one piece missing: analytics. Authors and admins need to see how their content is performing. Which posts are getting the most views? How is engagement trending over time? What's the most active category? These insights help content creators make better decisions about what to write next. In this section, we're going to build a comprehensive dashboard with analytics. We'll track post views, display engagement metrics, show recent activity, and visualize data with charts. And we'll use Livewire islands to optimize performance by only hydrating the interactive components. Let's start by adding a view tracking system. We need to count how many times each post is viewed. We could create a page_views table to track every single view with timestamps, or we could add a simple view counter to the post table. For this tutorial, we'll do both: a counter for quick stats and a detailed table for analytics. Run these migration commands. That will be used to add a views count column and post table. You can specify the table by using the flag of table equals to your table name. In our case, it was posts. Next, a table for post views analytics. Run this command. Here, add an unsigned big inner column type for storing or tracking the number of views our post has. Also, don't forget to drop that column if it exists to avoid errors during migration. Now open the Create Post Views table migration. Add the following table structure. This table tracks individual views with IP address, user agent, and timestamp. This gives us detailed analytics. The index on post_id and viewed_at makes queries fast. Perfect. Now, run the migrations. As you can see, the table and fields are added to our tables as we expected. Now create the post view model. Open app/models/postview.php. Let's update it as follows. We have the feable attribute. This is important for mass assignments in your model. Then, add the cast attribute for making sure the data type of your fields are in a way you expected. Then, define the relationships for post and user. Now update the post model to include the relationship and add views_count to feable. Open app/models/post.php. Perfect. Now let's track views when someone visits a post. Open the post show component and add the views tracking logic in your mount method. Don't forget to import the post view model at the top. That's it. Every time someone views a post, we increment the counter and record the detailed view. Now, down the same component, we need to show the number of views for a specific post. So go to the header section, in front of the publish date and reading time, add the number of views. The number underscore format function just formats the number accordingly. If you hover the function as I do here, you can see the brief details about the function. Now let's see the post views count increment logic and also the display of our post views analytics. Here, you see the number of views this particular post has got. And we see 1 since we're the first viewers of this post. That means our logic works fine. Now, we need to add the post views logic again in our post listing page inside the postcard. So open the post listing page. Find a postcard and add the view count next to the publish date. Here, we use the string helper class to show the word view in singular and plural form basing on the number of views we have, like 1 view and 2 views and so forth. Beautiful. Now readers can see how popular each post is. Let's test it. Visit a blog post. Refresh the page a few times. The view count increases each time. Now let's build a dashboard. We'll create a comprehensive overview page with key metrics and charts. Run this command. The dashboard component will be a page, so I will use the page's namespace to create it. Perfect. Now we have a new dashboard component. But for clarity, Livewire Starter Kit will come with its own dashboard page, so make sure not to mix it up with our new component. Let's edit the new dashboard page as follows. Here we're getting all the stats from the main or base query. Get the most viewed posts. Now the most recent comments. Now get the views data for the chart. Since we will use chart.js to add a chart, so we can see the views in a trend. Now pass down all these properties to the component blade using the compact method or function as follows. Now let's work on the blade side of the component. This will be the header section. It will show the welcome message and a logged in user's name. Then we will have this grid that will contain the stats cards for total posts, views, comments, and users. The first one will be for total posts stats card. Second, the stats card for total views. Third, the stats card for number of comments our system has. Lastly, we will have the stat card for number of users we have on our system. Now, below the grid for stats, let's create another grid layout that will contain the chart and the recent comments. The views chart will be rendered using the canvas tag that we have given it the ID of views chart. This will help us to reference it on the JavaScript side. When creating the chart.js instance, we will use this ID. Now add the D for most viewed posts. In this section, we have the post with its title clickable. It will be redirecting our users to the post show page. Then, we have the publish date formatted to month a day, followed by a year. Then we show the views count. Lastly, we have the empty block for handling the empty states. Next, we have a recent comment section. Here we loop through the recent comments, and then we use the UI avatars to show the name initials as a placeholder for profile image. Then let's work on chart.js scripts. But before we go further, let's update a little the logic for fetching and formatting the views data for our views trend for last 7 days. Add the key by function to tell the query that our key will be the date. Now let's fill in the missing dates into our views data. This is important, since we can have only the data for a single or 2 days in a week, then we cannot be able to show the trend points in the chart correctly. So we fill TIM, so it can return 0 for other missing dates. Change the naming of the variable that stores our data to use the raw views data. This will differentiate it from the new one that we use to fill in the missing dates. Here we have defined the labels and date key for our trend. Then, we need to push them into views data array with the help of date key as a lookup field. Great. Now, we have the views data we needed, and it is already passed over to the view side of the component using the compact method. Now let's crack down the JavaScript side of this component. First, add the chart.js content delivery network link here to have all the features provided by chart.js directly in our application. Then, we need to pass data via the data attributes that we're going to define them here. Here we define the data attributes for labels and the counts, while parsing the data from our component into a format that JavaScript will understand it. Then hide it using inline styling of display none. Next, the script tag. Inside these tags is where all our JavaScript code will live. Add an event listener that will be listening for a Livewire event of navigation, and it will be only triggered when the page is fully navigated. Then console to test if the event is being triggered or dispatched, and well, listen by our event listener that we have attached to our document. Here we go. The event was captured successfully. Now write up the real chart.js code as follows. First, get the canvas that we will use to render the chart on it using the element ID function. Now to get the values of our data attributes we defined on our views chart data div above here. Use the get element by ID to get the div first, then we can read its data attributes and get its values using the datasets. Log the results on your browser console to see if we can read our data correctly. Great. Seems it works fine. Now create the new instance of chart.js and configure it as needed. Feel free to check the official chart.js documentation for more details and more configurations you can add to your chart. Perfect. We have a most basic chart.js rendered in our page. Try to use another window or browser to increment the number of views on a post by navigating to the post show page. You see, now the chart is showing the real trend as expected. Here we can add more chart.js configurations as follows. Now it looks great. Now we need a way to navigate from the dashboard to the post listing pages. Let's add the button on the right side of the dashboard header section here. Cool, now it looks great. Now here's where Livewire islands come in. Islands let you create non-interactive sections of your page that don't get hydrated by Livewire. This makes pages load faster because Livewire doesn't need to process the entire page. The stats cards don't need to be interactive. They're just displaying data. We can make them islands. Let's create a simple stat card component as an island. Actually, let me explain islands better first. In Livewire 4, you can use the island directive to wrap parts of your template that don't need Livewire's reactivity. These parts render as plain HTML. No JavaScript overhead. This is perfect for static content like headers, footers, or stat cards. By wrapping the stats grid in at island and at end island, Livewire treats this section as a static island. It renders once on the server and sends plain HTML. No JavaScript hydration. This makes the page load faster. Islands are perfect for content that doesn't need to react to user input. Headers, footers, stat cards, and text content are great candidates. But the charts, comment feeds, and any interactive elements should stay outside islands. Islands are a powerful optimization. Use them for static sections to reduce JavaScript overhead and improve performance. This is especially important on public-facing pages with lots of content. We now have a comprehensive analytics dashboard. Authors can track their performance. Admins get a bird's-eye view of the entire platform. And with islands, the page loads fast even with lots of data. In the next section, we'll add one final feature. Email notifications. When someone comments on your post, you get an email. When a post is published, subscribers get notified. We'll use Laravel's notification system and queue jobs for performance. And we'll wrap up the series with deployment tips and best practices. Thanks for watching Code with SJM. We've built something amazing together. A full-featured blog platform with auth, permissions, content management, engagement, and analytics. If you've made it this far, you're a legend. Smash that like button and subscribe. Drop a comment and let me know what you've learned. See you in the final section. Welcome back to Code with SJM. We're in the home stretch now. In the last section, we built a comprehensive analytics dashboard with view tracking, engagement metrics, and performance optimization using Livewire islands. Our blog platform is feature complete, but there's one thing that will take it from good to great: communication. Authors need to know when readers engage with their content. Subscribers want to be notified when new posts are published. This is where email notifications come in. And we'll do it right by using Laravel's queue system, so emails send in the background without slowing down the user experience. In this section, we're going to implement email notifications for comments and new posts. We'll set up Laravel queues to process emails asynchronously. And we'll add a subscriber system so readers can opt in to notifications. Let's start with comment notifications. When someone comments on your post, you should get an email. Laravel makes this incredibly easy with its notification system. Let's create a notification. Run this command. Open app/notifications/new comment notification.php. Make the mail class to implement the should queue interface. This tells Laravel to send this email in the background using queues. This is important. We don't want to make users wait while emails are being sent. The queue system handles it asynchronously. Then, pass down the comment model as a parameter to the mailable class constructor. Here in the via method, we use the mail channel for now, but you can extend it to database and more. Onto mail function. Here is where we define how our data should be sent to our user. So we define properties of our email like subject, greeting, and additional data through lines. Then, we add the action for viewing the comment. Now let's trigger this notification when a comment is created. Open the comment component file and update the post comment method. See that notify call? We're checking if the commenter is not the post author. No need to notify yourself about your own comment. Then we send the notification to the post author. Let's do the same for replies. Update the post reply method. Perfect. The notification system is in place. Now let's set up queues. For development, we'll use the database queue driver. For production, you can use Redis or other queue backends, but database works great for most applications. In most cases, Laravel 12 comes with database as the driver for queues as a default option. Also, Laravel 12 comes with queue table that Laravel adds a job to this table. Then a queue worker processes these jobs in the background. For local development, you can run the queue worker in a separate terminal window. This command starts a process that watches the jobs table and processes any pending jobs. Leave this running while you develop. When you deploy to production, you'll set up a process manager like supervisor to keep the queue worker running. Alternatively, for quick testing, you can process jobs synchronously by temporarily setting. This processes jobs immediately instead of queuing them. It's useful for debugging, but not recommended for production. I will keep the database connection for now. Now let's configure email. For local development, we'll use Mailtrap or Laravel's log driver. Open your .env file and set this. This writes emails to your log file instead of actually sending them. Perfect for development. You can see the emails at storage/logs/laravel.log. For production, you'll use SMTP. Let's test the notification system. Make sure your queue worker is running or set queue_connection to database. Then visit your blog, log in, and post a comment on someone else's post. Check your log file. You should see the email content. The notification was triggered, queued, processed, and logged. Perfect. Now let's add a subscriber system. Readers can subscribe to get notified when new posts are published. This is a common feature for blogs. Let's create a subscribers table. Open the migration file and add the following table structure. We're storing email, a unique token for unsubscribed links, and verification status. Run the migration. Create the subscriber model. Open app/models/subscriber.php. Notice the notifiable trait. This makes subscribers able to receive notifications, just like users. The route notification for mail method tells Laravel which email to use. Now let's create a subscription form component. Let's update this component very quickly. Here we validate the email that will be filled by our user. Then, we create the subscribe method for allowing users to subscribe to our notifications. For simplicity, we're auto-verifying subscribers. In a production app, you'd send a verification email first. But for this tutorial, auto-verify keeps things simple. Now let's add the form to the blade file of our component. Don't worry if you cannot write up all this code as I'm going through the file. All of this tutorial source code is available on my GitHub repository. Check the link in video description. Beautiful. A clean subscription form with Tailwind styling. Now let's add this to the blog index page. Perfect. Readers can now subscribe. Let's test it. Visit your blog at localhost:8000/blog. Scroll down. You see the subscription form. You can update the form as per your expectations. Mine is simple. Enter an email and subscribe. The success message appears. Check your database. Here, we have this error. It means I have a typo on table naming. Let's correct it. Let's test it again. Here, add the save function to your new subscriber model object so that the created subscriber will be saved to your database. You should see one subscriber. Great. Now let's notify subscribers when a new post is published. Create a notification. Open app/notifications/new post published.php. This notification includes the post title, excerpt, and a link to read the full post. Now we need to trigger this notification when a post is published. We'll use a model observer for this. Observers watch for model events and run code in response. Create an observer. Open app/observers/postobserver.php. Let's update the updated method or function as follows. The updated method is called whenever a post is updated. We check if the status changed to published. If so, we get all verified subscribers and send them a notification. The isDirty check ensures we only send notifications when the status actually changes. Now register the observer. Open app/providers/appserviceprovider.php. Perfect. The observer is registered. Now whenever a post is published, subscribers get notified automatically. Let's test it. Make sure you have at least one subscriber in the database. Create a draft post or edit an existing draft. Change the status to published and save. Check your jobs table. Oh, this is supposed to be is_verified and not just verified. Let's update that. You should see jobs equal to the number of subscribers. If you have the queue worker running, these jobs will be processed automatically. Check your log file. You'll see the notification emails. Each subscriber got notified about the new post. Perfect. Now, let's add one more feature. An unsubscribe link. Subscribers should be able to opt out easily. Add a route for unsubscribing. Open routes/web.php and add this before the auth middleware group. Create a simple unsubscribe view. Create resources/views/unsubscribed.blay.php. That's it. A simple view for unsubscribed user. Now update the new post publish notification to include an unsubscribe link. Open apps/notifications/new post published.php and add this line before the closing. Perfect. Subscribers can now unsubscribe with one click. Our notification system is complete. Authors get notified about comments. Subscribers get notified about new posts. Everything happens in the background through queues, and users can unsubscribe anytime. A complete, feature-rich application with authentication, roles, permissions, content management, comments, analytics, and email notifications. This has been an incredible journey. We started from scratch and built a professional-grade blog platform using the latest Laravel and Livewire 4 features. You've learned real-world development patterns that you can apply to any project. You now have a solid foundation in Laravel Livewire development. You know how to structure applications, manage state, handle user interactions, optimize performance. I want to thank you for sticking with me through this entire series. Building something from start to finish is challenging, but you did it. You should be proud. You've invested your time in learning, and that investment will pay off. What's next? Take this application and make it your own. Add new features, customize the design, deploy it for a real client, or use it as a starting point for your next project. The possibilities are endless. If you enjoyed this series, please like this video and subscribe to Code with SJM. Share it with other developers who want to learn Laravel and Livewire. Your support helps me create more content like this. Drop a comment below and let me know what you built. Show me your deployed blog. I'd love to see what you created. And if you have suggestions for future tutorial series, let me know. Thank you again. Keep coding, keep building, and keep learning. This is Code with SJM, signing off. I'll see you in the next series.